Right. How's everyone doing on this Monday afternoon? Who we got with us today? Anybody? Nobody? Stop crafting. Already stopped crafting. We've only just started. We've already stopped crafting. Right. Yes. You can go. Right, just setting up a new profession, and I'm probably going to die. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, where's faint death? Where's faint death? God, I should have been more prepared. There we go. Yes. What we're yesing about, Akka? Getting to watch me die. Where is it? There we go. As long as I get that, I don't care. Run away. Run away. Somewhere. If there wasn't mobs absolutely everywhere. And up there. Oh, I'm there. I think I've pulled the entire zone. But we've got faint death. So it's all good. All good. We'll live another day. We probably should get that pet up, shouldn't we? Where's the pet? That should probably be on my bar. And that should probably be on my bar. Don't need interrupt. Don't know what interrupt does. Right, so we've got four of the alchemy treasures, so we can move on to the next zone. First time catching the stream. Oh well, welcome. I am just setting up a new alchemy character. So I'm just going around collecting the profession treasures. In the top left, we're farming, just AFK farming. And the bottom two are crafting, various bits and bobs. I should probably grab these because I'm going to need to collect the profession treasures anyway, aren't I? So I may as well grab them while I'm flying past, if they're here. I'm not being... Oh, God, I'm terrible. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, I thought I had one already then. Waiting to learn some things from better people who did it for a while. I'm new to the gold making business. One question. Go ahead, Roman. Go ahead with your question. That's what it's here for. We're all here to learn, aren't we? And I learn from you guys as much as you learn from me. If I could learn how to fly and mount, that'd help as well. Give me some of this back. So hopefully, we'll be streaming for a little while today, and hopefully we can get this character sort of up to speed in the meantime, even though it's not done anything with the profession yet at all. Oh, I've got that, haven't I? That gives me some back. Forgot about that, and I've gone the wrong way. Yeah, we'll just delete that bit from the VOD. Down here, I can't remember. Shows you how often I leave the city, doesn't it? 3 months into an expansion, I still don't know my way around. Right, where are we heading? Where are they? Let's just make this big for a minute because it's going to destroy my eyes otherwise. See, I've got one there. I'm just being completely blind here or what? So let's get the one that I can see and then I'll worry about it. I haven't had to collect the alchemy profession treasures since like probably like the second day. What's that? They're both here. They're both just, yeah, they're both right next to each other. Right, that's fine. That's easy job then. It's fine. Just 2 to go. I have an alt with enchanting concentration build and no second profession yet. Do you think blacksmithing is better? Or shall I go alchemy for a second profession? I wouldn't suggest going alchemy for a concentration build because when I looked at the numbers again last week, and alchemy concentration wasn't paying more than any other profession. But alchemy concentration, just alchemy builds in general, are just more expensive and more time consuming to set up. So you're better off just doing something cheaper, like you say, blacksmithing, jewel crafting, inscription, something like that. Yeah, I tend to suggest people avoid the alchemy ones now. It was good right at the start, especially when people couldn't craft sort of some of the rank 3 stuff. And I originally thought the Archimil Chaos would be probably the one that held the whole expansion, simply because of the amount of herbs it uses and the amount of rank 3 herbs it needs. But no, it's not particularly, at the moment, it's not particularly giving more. It's not particularly giving more gold per concentration in any other spec. Right. I don't very often have this open for a full screen, but oh god. I think this is bad. You should see me trying to do the sky races. Well, that's not what I was after, but it did just give me about 2,000 gold. So, no, actually, that's about 3,000 gold. I'm guessing it's down here. I'm not going to trust myself to disengage, especially not when I've got you guys here, because I will just end up dying. It's in here somewhere at the back there. I'll do. Another job done. So yeah, go with the blacksmithing inscription. Just don't do the alchemy. Honestly, it's not worth it. You could just expand your weak ore and click the item for a way. Oh. Oh, I forgot to start in fair as well, isn't it? So it's that one I want, isn't it? Oh, you are amazing. That is. Oh god, that is so good. Oh, thank you. I'll remember that for future. I need some hedging in a minute as well, don't I? So this is down here, yeah. Here. Now, I'm assuming it's one of these that gives me the catch as well, isn't it? Yeah. 565. Right, that's a good start. Yeah, I'm starting the second alchemy character because quite a lot going on with alchemy. And it's going to take a very long time for my one character to get to a point where it can do everything I want it to do, especially for content creation purposes. So I thought I would start a second one after talking with some of you guys on Discord. And I can partake in some of the crazy things that you guys have been up to, because I feel very left out at the moment. Has he actually got any gold on this character? 100k. I'm not going to get far over 100k with alchemy, am I? Bet this is not going to... No. I'm assuming it's this guy. I need to log out. So annoying, this. Why can't you access the bank with multiple characters at once? It's just such an annoying limitation. But you can do it with a guild bank. Absolutely fine. Right, please let that be the one, so I don't have to log out again. What will you do with your new alchemist? It's going to be a thaumatology alchemist, because I will get to a point eventually where my main alchemist guy can do it, but it's just going to take weeks and weeks and weeks. Whereas if I do all the catch up and stuff up on this character, I'm going to get it much sooner. And so instead I can just concentrate that character on doing potions and flasks. If we would, that one's going to... So my main alchemist character is going to concentrate on potions and flasks. And this guy can play with thaumatology. And it's been a long time since I've had to level up alchemy, so I can barely even remember how it works. I could actually do with some tools, couldn't I? Come on, click on that. I want the non-budget version. For enchanting, concentration is good, but for what is best for alchemy? Resourcefulness. What do you mean by what is best? It depends what you're doing, because various things are better with depending on what you're up to. Right. 564. Oh, of course, there's no. £5,000 for an alchemy tool. Are you taking the... Right, where can I get this cheaper? Because I'm not paying that price for it. I know that sounds cheap when you have gold, but you don't just give it away. Have a quick look. Oribus. Mixing rod. Cheapest mixing rods. They're actually on low population servers, believe it or not. I'll see if I've got any of these on high population servers, and that's all low population stuff. Can't even remember which servers are high population off the top of my head. Bleeding Hollow, that'll do. Yeah, I'm not paying those prices. Absolutely not. Let's just do that sec, right. Alchemy we're after, aren't we? Alchemy, current expansion. Well, that's where's multi-craft? Do I actually want multi-craft? No, I probably want resourcefulness on this character, to be honest. So I bought the hat, the mixing rod, and the rope. There we go. That probably just saved me about 13,000 gold. That's the wrong bank. So there. Yeah. I guess the tool is best with multi-craft and resourcefulness enchant if you for pots, flask, consumable, lights, finishing region. Yeah, well, what I was thinking is that I'm not actually going to be crafting anything like that on this character. I'm mostly just going to be doing patron orders and stuff for a while. So the resourcefulness is probably actually more useful than anything else for getting this second alchemy character set up. Mythology was actually profitable on EU earlier, so NA must be cash monies. Have you seen the new video that Elon's just put out? Is it Elon's put it out? Just a minute. Oh, okay. So you've just probably put the same video out as well, haven't you? I imagine it's similar to the one that Elon put out. Basically, that people are using mythology as a form of, just another step in vertical integration, and massively cutting down crafting costs even more to a ridiculous level. I imagine if you use it like that, it might even be profitable on the EU as well. But obviously, I don't know that for sure, right? You need to run. Where's your? Because I've not done any of that stuff. I don't know where the profit margins and stuff are on it. But some of the profit margins that people have been telling me they've been getting are, should we say, nice for them, although maybe not for the crafters that are going up against them. And yeah, it's a bit weird how you actually need it now, to some extent, to be able to be a bisque crafter, or not a bisque crafter, but have all the layers of vertical integration available to you at the moment. Right, what was I doing? Right, I need to just craft some stuff, don't I? Basically, just to get some. I've got no idea what's the most efficient way of doing this, but by the time I figured out what the most efficient way of doing it is, right, I'm just gonna use some of these. That's that, and that. There we go. And if we buy like 2,000 of this, oh, that's a bit excessive. So used to buying in ridiculous numbers. Let me just get another. Action bars. Just get a second action bar because we want alchemy on there. We did want alchemy on there, but apparently I can't click. Right, just craft some of those, get some skill points. I guess people will use it to convert more into the higher price materials, but still you should only spend the extra time if it adds value. Yeah. I mean, it's just like the refining and the other stuff, isn't it? It's just another one of those things that you can do, but it's just the refining and stuff like that is so simple that anyone can do it. Whereas this is something I think that a lot of people are going to really struggle with. Dilution solution stuff. Give me 50 of that. I don't know what I'm going to be using, but get rid of all those. Yeah, it's when I first heard about it, probably maybe this time last week, and what people were doing. Yeah, it's definitely interesting, but like you, I've not obviously watched your video yet because it's only literally just gone live recently, but I imagine that obviously Blizzard put this in the game to sort of stabilize prices a little bit, to stop us getting to a point where cloth is 1 silver or getting to a point where leather is 1 silver or something like that. And people are, doing vendor shuffles, which, if you're in a situation whereby vendor shuffles are working, then that doesn't say a lot about the health of the economy. But obviously people have gone now and used this to do other things instead. Right, blessing blossom. And it's going to be very hard for anybody else to compete if people start doing this on scale. I was really surprised that video got released about it, because I thought it was something that people were going to keep quiet, to be honest. It's something I knew about it, but it wasn't something I was doing. So it's not something I'm happy releasing a video about, just because I know something's going on. It's not something that I put together or anything like that, so it's not my place to. Right, now if I drink that, if I remember, and then we just go nuts. Oh, I haven't got enough core weight catalyst. That's what I forgot. I was mostly talking about how it affects the economy. Skin and cloth farm will be the seed farm to create most Q2 mats. You'll only need to focus farm herbs or for Q3. Right. So have you seen his video yesterday then, where basically people are just churning through all the low quality stuff, but using it as a way to get much cheaper crafting cost on materials for what they're putting in higher rank crafts, basically. Right. I remember it's usually cheaper to buy like these. I'm just wasting my buff now. Where have they gone? All I got, I need more of those. I need a lot more of those. Hello, Dilly. Oh, do you like the new stuff? I had a play over the weekend. Had a play. So I've actually got an About Me page now. And we actually have sub badges as well. Slowly adding to it. Gave you a VIP tag as well. Did you notice? You and Mr. Manthews both got VIP tags. Why that could be true if you are already profiting on those mats. Why not just sell them and keep chugging alchemy? Yeah, I mean, that's true as well. You could just, create all the mats and sell the mats. Right. Well, let's get like 400 of these. If I've got 400. How many was it for a thing again? 5 to 1. So if we get another, then say get another 60 of those. Knights of Asgard, no thank you. Don't want to join Knights of Asgard. I didn't empty then, did I? I'm sure I bought 400. Give me another 100. Yeah, I mean, this is the problem when Blizzard introduce anything, though. People are going to, when something's so as complicated as it is, then people are going to find ways to take things to the extreme, which we all do with the professions, don't we? We started just crafting, and then you start crafting, and then you start crafting all the stages yourself, and then you're trying to cut your costs down by refining yourself and doing all this stuff, and now this is just another stage to it. But like you said, at any stage you can just sell out yourself anyway. Oh yeah. Oh, I'll chat over here then. What, now you've got a VIP tag? How come? So I guess your founder or your VIP tag sort of thing is overlays the overrides. It must be the founder one, wasn't it? That overrides the actual normal 1 month one. Yeah, Dilly's spamming away. Love it. Oh, I forgot one other site to send you the other day. Sending you another site on Discord. You'll bloody love this one. Okay. I'll have a look. Thank you very much later on. Morning, Cowboy Upson. You back again? Obviously, I didn't scare you away last time then. What's he doing here? Right. Right, where's my... Have some of that. Let's go back outside now. Just like you're saying here, I'm actually crafting minus 13 gold. Could just sell the pigments. But pigments just take forever to sell. I know if I keep like it's like you said, it all takes time, but it depends on sort of what gold per hour you're willing to craft at. If you're just crafting sort of AFK and stuff like that. I don't see a sub batch. Could just be me though. It should be on there. Like I said, you've got the founder thing. So I don't know if it says on your founder. It says 1 month subscriber as well, doesn't it? So I don't know if it's that that's overriding it. Maybe. You know how new I am with all this Twitch stuff. Been binging on all your thoughts. Oh no. Or you. Right, I think, have I gone a bit too crazy with these core wave catalyst things? Is that... I've got 3 minutes left, right. Let's go crazy in 3 minutes. Let's go nuts. Say go nuts. I'm not very learning very much. Come on, this is ridiculous. That's like 10 without a... without any success. There we go. I think that's what I want to see. Let's get... speed things up a little bit. Let's not accidentally render all those later on. Another one of those. Right, just experiment on some of those instead, see if you find something else. Are you looking to make a video where you collect all the builds in one video? I keep losing track of which video is which since it's not stated in the name of the video. And by build, I mean profession. Do you mean just like... I've started doing videos now that are sort of just looking at individual specs in each professions. So obviously I did a disenchanting one last week. I've just done an engineering parts one that's probably going to come out on Wednesday. And in those, I tried to make it very clear what spec I'm talking about. I'm trying to do some videos whereby a lot of the advice I give on each of my individual videos, I bring it together for each profession. So like there's things like, you know, sort of how to get your material, how to make your rank 3 materials easier, doing your refining and stuff like that. How to use sort of finishing reagents and stuff like that to cut down on your crafting costs and stuff like that as well. There's loads of these little things that you can do. So I'm just going to buy. But they're all sort of like individual little tips in their own videos, and it's not really applied in many professions. So that's why I want to do some videos where I'm just applying this knowledge as well and showing you it sort of working. Because I just think that will probably be easier for people. But I'm also very aware of the fact that we have a new patch coming soon, and I've not looked at anything in the new patch yet either. So I need to get on with that at some point as well. Uh, is it actually minus 13 gold since you process into pigment? No, no. So my it's not, because that's based on buying those off the auction house. But you could so it's not really that. I could price override and all that sort of stuff to make it its actual number. But no, that's not its actual cost. Right. Out of core catalysts again. How many more of these? Oh, I've got loads of flasks. Not actually got that much to learn. Right. Give me another 50 of this. This stuff is expensive as well. It does add up. Get rid of those. Now use custom options which show everything available to me as a user. It's not on there. I've done that too. Too much value. You need some cat emotes. Oh, Zan, that one's awesome. I love that one. That is fantastic. I'll have to figure out what's going on with the subscription badges, because they are on there. I don't want to open up my Twitch. My Twitch dashboard. But yeah, I got some sub badges. That's what it should look like. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's happening with that. I'll have to have a look at that afterwards. The 0.7 patch doesn't have much of anything for professions and goal making. Not interesting for me, at least. The PTR for 11.1 is likely to be just before or right after the release of it, though, so that's going to be good. Yeah, and obviously in that we have all the obviously whatever they bring in the actual patch itself, but we have the changes probably to multicraft and resourcefulness coming in that patch as well. So it's from a profession standpoint, there's going to be some big changes. Get rid of those. Right, is that right? We're still good on formulated courage, so go crazy on that. Give me something. Morning, chat and streamer. Morning, Nicola. Good to have you here. How are you today? Yeah, I usually watch your updates to keep up to date. I went with dual crafting chanting on most alts, following your guides to shame the market's crashed. I'm saving scrolls gems for next patch. Yeah, a lot of people have started doing that now. Saving for next patch. It's going to be interesting because normally the prices don't really go up because people just craft more of it. But when people are selling stuff that they've got from concentration, then obviously there is a limited supply of that. So yes, it's going to be very interesting to see where where things end up next season, right? Did I actually just get Flask of Alchemy Chaos before any of the others? I forgot how annoying this process was, to be honest. There we go. Get on with it. Will be interesting to see if the new recipes are added to the 600 art and security material bags. Will be interesting to see if any of the new materials are added. Are they show up on? Will they show up on Patreon orders? Yeah. I can't. If they show up, if we get new materials with ranks and there's new recipes, then those concentration builds are just going to be absolutely crazy. It's going to go back to what it was like, you know, towards the start of the expansion, and everyone's just going to flood to those. But I think they might give us new materials, but it's not. I don't think they'll give us new. They might give us new materials. They might give us new ranks, but I can't see them giving us sort of new ore, new herbs with ranks to it. It might happen, and if it does, it will be great for concentration gold makers. But we'll just see. Just have to see what happens, I guess. Very curious as to see what happens. I'm going to end up with loads of this stuff left over, aren't I? I wish. But will it really go up since the price of mats are just going down? Yeah, but it depends where you think the bottom of sort of mat prices are. Because are we at the bottom already, or is it still going to go lower? It will hit a bottom somewhere, and it will sort of stabilize around there. But knowing where that bottom is, you know, it's very difficult to know exactly where it is. My chain of thought was that people are not replacing much gear at the moment. PvPs have their BIS, and so does Raiders, to some degree at least. Come next patch, people will need a new ringing chain. Yeah, people will, like, for the first vault of next patch and the demand, the first vault of the next season, sorry, the demand for enchants is just going to go up by, like, you know, 1,000% or something ridiculous, like instantly, if not higher. Like the sale rate's just going to go crazy, and that's what you need. You need them to sell through all that backlog of enchanting stuff, which is why you can see that while the profit margins are low at the moment, while some people are choosing to hold on to them, because if the demand can sell through that backlog, then, you know, the profit margins really could go up. But it's just a bet as to whether it will or not, isn't it? Yeah, it's probably just going to be similar to Dragonflight. Yeah. So they might add like a couple of, you know, rare materials or something, but it's not going to be like there's not going to be quality on it, and because there's not quality on it, it's not going to sort of even we'll get a new Vantus rune, like I spoke to in my concentration video. We'll get a new Vantus rune 100%, obviously, but the price of the materials has come down so much that the profit margin on that Vantus rune is only probably going to be the same as the profit margin on the Vantus rune we've got at the moment. Now, the demand for it will go crazy, but if you haven't got that price difference between the rank 2 and the rank 3 materials, then the rank 3 crafters can just craft them all day long. And there's not going to be that sort of huge profit margin. There'll be a huge demand, just not a huge profit margin. As soon as we see anything related to gold making 11.1, people will start investing. Yeah. They will. They'll start sort of stockpiling. And we've looked on it at stream before, haven't we? Loads of times where people have said, oh, this is definitely going to go up in price. See that? I used a dilution solution, but didn't you give me a thing? Yeah, this thing is definitely going to go up in price, and then it doesn't because people have, they've overstockpiled. Which is why I'm just generally not a fan of stockpiling unless you have a really good reason for stockpiling. So you need to have a really good, and demand going up is, on its own isn't great. Demand going up and profit margins currently being crap, then that's not a terrible idea. But if profit margins were currently okay, then I wouldn't be. I'd just be selling. Right. Have we nearly learned all this stuff yet? Because I feel like I've spent like probably 100k gold already here. Let me just check. I am actually doing something that's going to... That's got spears on it. Right, I've only got one with spear. Blessing Blossom. Let's just get some Blessing Blossom because that's cheap stuff. Right, there's at least a few I can get with that. Release date for the patch, Panic Investors set in, yeah. And then you get all the videos on YouTube as well, don't you? Invest in this to make billions and billions. You finished? You get on with it. Right, I need to keep an eye on this to make sure I'm not actually just burning through herbs for no reason. There's two more I can learn from this. One of them. Is that it? So that's it. So I've just got that and that. And they both use herbs that I don't have, of course. Come on, I've got 20 of these left. Just give me the last two that I need so I don't have to make any more. Oh, he ended prematurely, apparently. I haven't got much experience with that. Come on. I remember how painful this was at the start of the expansion when it was just costing you like ridiculous amounts of gold every craft. As if I just did all that and didn't get... And as if I've not learned this yet. Right. Hello, how was your day? My day is fantastic, thank you. How is yours? I've had a busy morning editing. Right. And now I thought I'd have a cheeky afternoon stream. seeing as I've got a day off and the wife's at uni, so. Right, what was I doing? I'm losing track. So how's everyone else's day today? It is depressing weather here in the UK again. Wow, I was making some of these, weren't I? 50. Boy. You can get crafting there. Good morning, good morning. Everyone's coming in now. Has the bot finally let people know on Discord? It's been ridiculously slow recently. That's because I've got no water. Merry Monday. Oh, yes, we all love a Monday, don't we? After a weekend of chilling out, we can't wait to get back to work, can we? I'm sure we all feel like that today, don't we? That is. I think these come from thingy, don't they? From let's see if I can just give it a bit more of a go. Come on. Like, what the hell? Oh, thank you. That's one. Right, so it's just that last one then. Okay, at least there's only one more to go. Do you care to elaborate what you're doing on a fresh alchemist? I'm basically looking to do a formatology character. More because it's just really interesting what some of the people are doing with it, basically. And it will take too long for my current alchemist, who is very deep into potion crafting, to unlock it. So I thought I'd just start a fresh one. It'll get it done quicker that way, basically. Oh, why didn't I? Oh, guys, you didn't tell me that. Forgot about that. Increases the chance to discover recipes that use this herb. Oh, what a moron. I'm still not going to get it though, am I? I'm doing it with the wrong herb, aren't I? Am I? Oh, God. Delete this bit, guys. You didn't see that. You didn't see that. Not that it's making a difference anyway. Get rid of some of this rubbish. You got to explode before you learn. Oh, right. Well, to be fair, if I don't do it this time, then. Wait, did I just kill that too? Just completely killed that. That wasn't a good idea. Yeah, I should probably have just done what you said then, just exploded once and done it that way. Please end the stream before everyone starts the formatology build. You don't have to worry about the stream making people do that. Everyone's doing videos about it at the moment, so a lot more people are going to see the videos than they're going to see this stream. So I'd be more worried about that. Yeah, because the people that are releasing those videos are people that tend to get quite a lot of views when it comes to goal making videos as well. So that's what you need to be worried about. Money margin from formatology are very slim, but it can combine with other professions to increase it. Yeah. And that's basically why I'm finding it interesting. To see how we can combine it with other stuff. Because I'm interested in the maths and the underlying numbers and things like that to see how it all works out. Oh, Bago, good afternoon. You're back again. How's it going today? You never miss a stream, do you? I was worried already every time I see a video pop up. Was happy about the first videos around where people said it wasn't any good. Oh, well, yeah, if it's something that you're doing, then you're always happy when you see a video where people say it isn't very good. But unfortunately, if it is good, then people will soon figure that out. Right, have I got... right, let's do it. Let's do that. Yeah, I should have just done it that way ages ago. So that's everything besides the recipes, which I'll mess around with later on. So, what have we actually got herb-wise? Some more of that. Just get like 1,000 of each, and hopefully I can just craft everything with that. Miso. I'm just going to go through and craft one of everything now. Oh, I need the other stuff. Give me that. 30 of those. 30 of those. Anything else for alchemy? No lotuses. Oh yeah. Maybe like 15 of those. Give me like 50 of these. No, I want 100 of these actually. I'm going to use some more in a bit. And maybe like 50 of those as well. Right. I feel like I'm getting very poor here. Right. You're the only gold-making YouTuber I trust. I shouldn't be the only gold-making YouTuber I trust. Got Mamphius in chat at least, and Zan. Mamphius is much better than me. Like, and Mamphius doesn't clickbait like I do as well. I mean, I'm not saying all my clickbait is. It's not clicky bait. It's not lying clickbait, but Mamphius doesn't even have to clickbait at all. And like I said, Zan's here as well, or he is over at Twitch, or he was earlier anyway. Zan doesn't clickbait because Zan never releases videos anymore. I have Abyss Formatology already set up. I can help you run any tests while you're not fully set up if you like. Well, it's going to be a while before I can actually do it. Right, so I don't really need to worry about that. So what else do I need to do? I need to do the enchanting, don't I? Need to do the enchanting, and I need to do a Darkman Fair. Oh, there's loads of messing about to do. Probably done the most expensive part at least anyway. Yeah, it's going to be a while before I'm actually going to be using this for anything. But I needed to start getting it ticking over. I think I've got to do this quest first, haven't I? Because otherwise I was never going to get there. And I knew if I said today I'm going to sort this out on stream, I knew I would get it done. Whereas if I leave stuff to do it offline, I just don't get it done a lot of the time. I need to run back again. I just post when I got something interesting to talk about. Yeah, you don't just spam useless, boring videos, do you? But you know, you could do like videos just showing what you're doing in your own gold making, because like the scale you do things on, Zan, is obviously like absolutely crazy. And they're actually the YouTube videos I personally find the most interesting, watching other people's goal making. Oh, we've got 57 minutes left on this. I know people are going to shoot me for not having the add-on, but yes, I know the add-on exists. This is like the easiest patron orders ever. They're all stupidly basic potions. Like you compare to that to like what you get with blacksmithing. Am I gonna need art and security? Oh, I don't care. It's only gold. I probably don't need it. I'm probably gonna get enough from the enchanting shuffle, but you know, we'll just do it anyway. Need to pay the weekly Samadan tax to be featured on the Wild Post. Oh yeah, but he's retired now, isn't he? Bless him. Did such a good job for so many years, and that last one he did last week was his last ever. I can't remember what number he got to, but it was some like ridiculous number of episodes he's done. And I think he said that it's not going to be there's no plans for sort of any replacement or anything like that. Which, you know, it's a pity. It's another like one of the few places that like where you really got profession stuff coming on sort of the front page of Wowhead, because we don't really get on there very often. Wow, all the top goblins on one stream chat. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Mr. Mampius is usually just finishing his stream like literally right now. And I think Zan's probably streaming soon. In a couple of hours. And in the meantime, I'm sorry, but I'm the only option out there. Blacksmithing patron still costs 20k sometimes to do, yeah. Yeah, I know. I see him on my blacksmith as well. It's like it's nuts, right? What am I doing? Because I'm just stood here. Need to collect some weekly treasures. I need to go to Darkmoon Fair, and I need to do 183 patron orders. I think I picked up enchanting already, haven't I? On this character. But I've not done anything with it, right? Let's just... I know there are cheaper ways of doing this, but I'm just being lazy. Probably need more than that. Can't remember the exact numbers because it's been a while since I've had to do it. I swear I put another bar on that character earlier. Hey boss, I'm curious how you're making inscription work for you. I've been doing the inks, spent 10k on herbs, milled them, made inks, and only got 8k back. So I'm in the red. Any tips? Multicraft tool with resourcefulness enchant. You need to be using a... If you've got a multicraft tool, then you need a resourcefulness tool with a resourcefulness enchant for milling. So if you've only got that multicraft tool with a resourcefulness enchant, that's where your mistake probably is. Because you get no benefit from having this multicraft tool when you're milling. So that's why I have two separate tools. If you're still making a loss and you're doing all that, really know how you are making the loss, because whenever I look at it, it pretty much always seems to be at a profit. Right, I've just overcrafted there because I've got distracted again. Let's get that. Right. And get crafting those. Oh, sorry guys, on YouTube, I'm miles behind. Made like 25 mil from forming while the videos and the started expansion was saying it was not good. Was kind of happy about that. Well, I think most people would be pretty happy with 25 mil. Yeah. But it's only going the same place as every other profession, isn't it? You know, more people are getting into it, the profit margins are going down. People have just figured out how to use it properly now. Just to be sure you don't forget the points from Dark Moon Fair. Yeah, I've not done them on any. I've not done them on any of my crafters yet. Mostly, I wanted to get this started today so I could get the weekly stuff done. Because obviously on the US, it's all going to reset tomorrow morning. Okay, maybe bad choice of words. It just seems every time I watch others' method, it's already dead by the time I see it. Do you know why that is, Mike? I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to repeat it again. I'm going to just keep my mouth shut this time. For me is not good if you don't take into account the transmutation. Yeah, but I mean, it's all just part of the math, isn't it? New to gold making, love the content. Thank you for all you're doing and keep it up. Going to try and learn 100%. Yeah, just keep learning, just keep getting better. That's all you can do. Right, I did overbuy a little bit there. Right, that's fine. So, weekly hand in quest for a crystal. That is like the easiest weekly quest ever. So, from an enchanting perspective, I just need the treasures now, don't I? Oh, and the weekly disenchanting stuff. So I need treasures there, I need treasures there. So I may as well just go and get the treasures now. Because that's I need to get them for both alchemy and enchanting now. Oh, this is the worst part. I followed your level working guide and I made a ton of gold already with making that. I followed your level working guide and I've already made a ton of gold already with the hides. Yeah. I mean, I was actually looking at making an actual guide. That one wasn't so much a guide as a this is what I did because there was certain things I didn't really talk about in that video. When I did it, I just got lucky that the market just happened to go well in that time. But I mean, if it's working for you, it's working for you, isn't it? Because when I first got my level worker up, it wasn't really that great, to be honest. And then the market just shifted. But I don't. Originally in that video, I said I thought it was classic WoW that was the thing that was causing it. I mean, that might have been a bit of the cause, but I've seen it happening like sort of. It seems to happen on a fairly regular basis with level working, where the market just seems to just go absolutely crazy for a couple of days, and then it goes back to being crap again. So it just seems to be a market where you just have to really keep an eye on it. Where's this? Go. Well, I hate it when it gives you a rare item when you're looking for your weekly treasures. It's like it's just baiting you. In addition to what our teacher just said on my results, I found it more profitable if you use the inks to craft the boundless ciphers as well. I mean, yeah, and the boundless ciphers sell a lot faster than the inks as well. And the shadow inks, as you said, it's not the best. But yeah, you definitely need the a best in slot resourcefulness tool to be able to do the milling. Throw back to the time I looted 105 dirts before I got my 4KP treasure. You know, the first week I did my alchemy treasures, but well, the first time I did my alchemy treasures, it must have taken me like an hour and a half. And I thought, oh my God, we've not got this every week, have we? And then like last week, I did like 4 treasures and got my alchemy. It's just, it is just so random. And even though it is so random, I still like it better than the Dragonflight system. I hated some of those weeklies we had. Some of the engineering ones in particular were just horrible. So as much as I moan about this, it's still so much better than sort of that we had before. Am I seeing things, or did I see something there? No, it's just despawned, doesn't it? You sit on there for a minute. Same thing if you have a tailor, you need 2 tools, one from Raveling with resources, one for box, one. Yeah, exactly. Could potentially change next patch. I don't think it will. I think the numbers will still be. I think it'll still work the same way. I just think they'll bring the numbers a bit closer together because at the moment, like multicraft is just ridiculous, isn't it? Because if they made it so resourcefulness was better than multicraft for things that you use multicraft for, then you would never use multicraft for anything, basically. Is Thaumaturgy still good? Not as good before. Seems like I spent 800k to make 20k profit. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, that's a lot of professions at the moment. Well, I've actually got Kill a Mob. That's nice. It's one down. 3 to go. Need to keep an eye out for those purple patches, but it just kills my eyes doing it so small. Yeah, I'm really interested to, like I said, investigate and see how this Thaumaturgy build really does when we feed it into other professions. Really, I just want to just do a trolling video and make it as complicated as possible. Because like when people watch the Exquisite Weavercloth Vault video, I think they a lot of people thought that was probably too much. There we go. That's it. That's what we want. Just can't ask for more than that. 2 out of 2. We still need the enchanting ones though. and then I can like disenchant 200 decks as well while I'm at it. And if I do that, if I do that and then just sort of, then I'll have enough art and security to get most of the stuff I need, and then I can just chip away at the art and security for the next sort of few weeks while I get the rest of the knowledge points I need. That's sort of like the hard work done then. I'm NA and it's still working well. I'm not even maxed out yet. That's interesting to know. But you're probably going to get like evil stares from the EU guys saying stuff like that in here. Anyone, is it? Good afternoon. Could you explain a bit about the alchemy buff? I mean, the buff when you craft multiple files on plus, then it adds up. Can't quite understand it and how to use it. Basically, whenever you're crafting, just make sure you're crafting in bulk, because you're not going to be getting your best crafting costs until you've like you need to stack the buff up. So you need to sort of craft 10 times before you've really got a low crafting cost. So if you're going to craft 50 flasks at a time, then you're only going to get 40 at a cheap crafting cost, really. Those first few might even be a loss. So yeah, you just a minute. I'm going to die now. I'm not like the others guys. I can't talk and kill and do stuff at the same time. Yeah, so you just need to stack. Just stack the buff up, and you want to be crafting with that buff up all the time, basically. And there's not much more to it besides that, really. So if you're going to craft like a load of one type of flask and a load of another type of flask, just make sure you just sort of crafting them back to back, so you're not starting again with the buff each time. You're dead. Where's that? That and oh God, what are you doing? Sit there. Heal you. I feel the money is in the first couple of weeks in expansions. I feel that the money is in the first couple of weeks in expansion. Then it becomes a pain. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And the money's in the first couple of weeks in the expansion because one, demand's really high, and two, there's less players doing it. Because a lot of players are just playing the game. You know, they're playing all the new dungeons, they're playing all the sort of new world content there. You know, even playing the raid when it comes out. once everyone gets bored of all that and they move on, and then they come to the gold making because they want to start making some gold because they've spent all the gold in the new dungeons and in the new raids and all that lot. You know, then things get more competitive and the profit margins go down. And unfortunately, that's where we are at the moment, where everything's just a lot more challenging. At what point in expansion do you level your old army to be ready for next expansion? I usually do it sort of just after the last patch. And I don't actually do it myself. I just pay somebody else gold to you know, just leech off their leveling. You know, just pay some leveling service to do it. As in, not a leveling service, as in they're playing your account or anything silly like that. As in, like, last expansion, you were sat down in an Iron Plains, weren't you, where all the elites are? And they're just sat there farming the elites, and you're just sat on the hut. Because it's not the amount of time it takes. It's not beneficial for me to be spending my time doing that. It's more beneficial for me to sort of use my time to make gold and then use that gold to get somebody else to sort of power level me. Or in the last expansion, I just bought a load of level boosts as well. Right, can we sneak in and steal this? All right, sorry guys on Twitch, I'm miles behind. Right, where we at? Yeah, but they said in a post they wanted to have people to have an opinion to go for resourcefulness or multicraft, so made me think both stats could be equivalent. But if they made it so both stats were 100% equal, then resourcefulness would be better. Simply because you can use resourcefulness for more stuff. So, like, who's going to go for multi-crafting for crafting bolts when you can just use your resourcefulness for both your unraveling and your crafting of your bolts? If they were both completely equal on the maths. So I don't think they will make it. I just think they'll just bring the numbers much closer together. Well, I think basically they're just going to nerf multicraft probably, but we'll see what happens. Do the maths for formatology in TSM. This will cook people's brains. Yeah. Can you imagine what it would do to your PC? Like, if doing a little bit of crafting is going to end up using like half your memory, then what's that sort of maths going to do to you? Oh no, go away. Go away. Leave me alone. Apparently, I'm not getting left alone. It's fine. I'm going to run over here. And I'm pulling the entire zone again. I should probably just kill stuff sometimes. Actually, really surprised I got a combat there because I still have my pet. Oh, where are these enchanting ones? I've not had a single. Oh, I have had. Yeah, I still need one more. I didn't realise one of them had dropped. Guess we need to wait and see what you makes total sense. Yeah. Good afternoon. Could you explain? Oh, sorry, I've gone backwards, haven't I, guys? Got it. So, is there a different buff for potions, files, and flasks. Yeah, so the buffs can't actually show you. I can show you. I get enough skill to. So the buff comes from bulk production, which you need to completely fill up on whether you're crafting potions, and then the file one's down here, and then the flasks one's down there. There's one buff. Yeah, so basically there's different buffs for different, depending on what you're crafting. Just realised you are not playing hardcore right now. Hope you've not died yet. No, I've not. I just wanted to get the alchemy character set up. So doing the hardcore stuff, that's just sort of really on the sidelines. When I've got actual goal making stuff to do, then I do need to get on with that. Give me 3 core alloys, that. Right. Just give me 50,000 this time, seeing as the last slot only seemed to last about half an hour. And we're crashing. Oh, we're back. Hi there, good evening. Good evening again. Good to see you showing up for every stream. The one thing that bothers me to no end is people sell final products less than the mass to make it. Yeah. Either that, or they found they're doing something sneaky that you're not. Push their prices down even more. Because things that people are coming up with some increasingly crafty ways to do things. Scriber stop work. Oh yeah. It also needs one of them as well. Right, you get back to work. Yeah, I'm missing stuff all the time, guys. That's another one. This is why I play on low population servers, you know, because it just makes stuff like this so easy. It makes getting your profession tools and stuff like that a pain in the ass, but it's not that inconvenient, really. But doing stuff like this is just so much easier. Say that as, oh, there's one. Oh no, 50 mobs around it that haven't quite spawned yet. That's not one. Thank you. No, that's fine. Ask away with any questions you like. There's one back there somewhere. There we go. It's taking ages to get this last one. Right. So once all this is done, then I'll do the Dark Moon deck, Disenchant and Shuffle. To get all the art and security from that. And then that's basically, I think that's, oh, I need to do a Dark Moon Fair as well, don't I? Yeah, didn't we? And the treaties I can sort. Is this guy in the guild? No, it's not. Come on. Better. Is there a way to make gold with leather working prices so low? Well, last week I made loads with it. But like you're saying, I've also found times where the prices are not great as well. I've just tended to find that it comes in. Sometimes it's really good, sometimes it's really bad, and you just need to keep an eye on it for when it does go really good. Now, I've not had that much experience with it, seeing as I've only had my level worker for like a week and a half or something. But I've seen it happen multiple times already where, you know, suddenly it just becomes dead profitable again for a while. I'm getting like tinder boxes and everything. Just not getting the stuff I actually want. But yeah, there's a couple of things you can do to make your prices a bit more competitive with level working. So you can use the let me get this. Go. So the Pentagon stack papers one, is it? Is that what it's called? It gives you plus skill if you use that, and you're a fully geared up level worker. Then you can craft the rank 3 backed hides using one rank 2 and one rank 3, and that can usually cut your crafting cost down by quite a bit. I mean, obviously you need to check, but I found it made quite a difference a lot of the time. Alternatively, you can just sort of, you know, refine your own hides as well. But we're done. I think that's done, isn't it? That's done. That's done. Right. All good. Right, get out of here. Because I have had enough of that already. I feel like getting rid of level working mats take forever when there is a profit. Not many people buying, a lot of people making. Yeah. Well, that's going to be the case of any market. As soon as it goes profitable, people are going to go to it, and then you're going to have to cancel scan a lot more aggressively to be able to get sales. It's very difficult to find a market that, you know, has those profit margins, and at the same time, you know, you're not having to you don't have the competition there. Which the competition bothers me more than the profit margins, to be honest. Right, done all that. We just need a load of decks, don't we? How many can we do? We can do 185 plus 5, 6. So I need 191 decks. Let's see what's cheap. Since I can't remember what they're called. Oh God, who's done that? Someone's reset that one. Or bought a lot of them up. Then 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Do you know what? I'm sort of regretting releasing that video last week now. Now I need to buy these. $30, $60, $70, $80, $90, $100. Freaking hell, these have gone up in price loads. I bet you're not paying like 170 gold for your decks on the EU, are you? 30, 60s. I think that looks like probably about the best. Say 191. I'll just get like I said, we're just going to have to put these together, disenchant them all, just for all that shimmering dust, just for all the art and security, basically. You can go small again. Is there a way to increase previous expansions crafting speed like Ghost Iron or Ghost Iron Balls? It takes ages. I don't, not that I'm aware of, but that's why you can make gold from it, because it takes ages. I usually craft ones and disenchant, just takes longer though. Oh, I'm too lazy for that. I'm quite happy to pay like 130, 140 gold per deck if I know it's a guaranteed point. I used to mess around doing other stuff, but it was just taking more effort, to be honest. Blacksmithing being pretty easy to sell stuff. Yeah, the price on not the price. The sales rate on the blacksmithing stuff is definitely better than the leatherworking stuff. But at the same time, you don't get the profit margins. The problem I have with leatherworking mats is they sell for so little lol. They just go up and down, don't they? It's not. And it's the same with everything. Well, I don't know. So some prices, the price of some stuff is fairly consistent, but leatherworking stuff really is sort of up and down all the time. On almost like, not all the time, but like on a. You seem to have this sort of like every week, every 10 days, you just have a day or two where it just gets really good, and then it just goes back to being trash again. But you can make some good gold in those few days. Sanctified alloy has been screwed since Tinderbox was added to vendor. I do well selling concentrated iron claw and charged, iron claw charged and core alloy. Yeah, I mean I looked at the concentration builds again last week, and I was surprised at how good blacksmithing concentration had got with the alloys. It's not like, oh my god, this is amazing, but considering the sales rate on that stuff is, really high, and they've got a lot of the sort of gold per concentrations were actually higher than most of the enchanting. It was quite, it's a decent setup, basically. Inventory's full. Oh, some of this stuff. Oh, it's the budget freaking crappy auction house mount. Doesn't have a vendor on it. These sell for oak. Sure, give it a go. It's like 300 gold. Can't argue with that. Most of the stuff's just going to be terrible, isn't it? I'm just going to vendor all the other ones. Get rid of all that. All that. That's fine. Got some space now. There was a 20% profit on Sanctified Alloy for a couple of days. Made pretty good gold off that with mirror powder, yeah. You're making the rank 3 stuff, then it is viable with the mirror powder. I'm unsure if mirror powder is worth adding to crafts. Like, for those sorts of things, then it really needs to be expensive. I've miscalculated how many decks I need. I forgot you can I can get the catch up already, can't I? So I've probably just bought like 10 decks more than I needed to. I'm doing pretty good selling concentrate jumper cables. Do you know when I looked at engineering? I'm surprised. I need to look at that then. Concentrated jumper cables. I looked for everything on engineering. And I couldn't see anything that was particularly working particularly well at the time. But maybe that's something I need to have a look at again, because I didn't even put engineering on my list of sort of concentration builds that are worth looking at nowadays. Your scribe died again. Yeah, he's nearly actually crafted through now, so that's fine. Right, let's go on to the boundless ciphers. What we got? We need about 2,600 crafts. So that's about what? 10,500 spears, is that? But is that anywhere close to what? Oh, we'll figure it out. We'll see what we need at the end, if anything else. It's never 100% anyway, is it? Right. Back to Disenchant Index. Hey K-Check, what is the top left account camping for? The top left account is just so all it's camping the big red ray gun toy, which comes from Dr. Weevil, but he didn't drop it there. Who spawns about every 6 or 7 minutes, and it's up on Ferromore Island up here. It is not a good gold per hour farm, but it's good if you're just going to literally if you're just going to have like I put here, you've just got a spare account and you're just sitting there AFK. God, you think I saw your video on it, but didn't recognise it. Thanks. I did a video on it like 2 years ago or something. I think. But I occasionally, well, to be fair, quite frequently, I've had it running on streams recently. Engineer is definitely lackluster. I found so I've just done a video on engineering parts. Like I said, that will probably be coming out on Wednesday because I think I'll release part 4 to the 0 to gold cap today after the stream. But I found crafting engineering parts to be quite good. So I found the rank 2s were profitable pretty much all the time, and the rank 3s were profitable most of the time. Yeah, and it was just really easy, just a case of, just craft the stuff, just sell the stuff. Now, wasn't the fastest selling stuff in the world, but I did manage to sell everything. Like I sold a couple million golds worth of engineering parts over a couple of days. Like, it's not like, oh my God, or anything like that, but it's just really easy because there's no sort of multiple layers or anything like that. You just go to the auction house, buy the stuff, craft the stuff, sell it. But I've not really investigated much beyond the actual engineering parts yet. I mean, I will do when I've got a few more knowledge points, so I can craft like the potion bombs and stuff like that perfectly. And I imagine that if you can craft the engineering parts and sell them for a profit almost all the time, then if you are crafting other things further along the production line for engineering, then that's sort of like they're probably going to be a decent profit margin as well. But we'll see. We'll see when I have a look into it. Just another one of those things on the to-do list. Although, to be fair, that was on the to-do list, and I did eventually get around to it. Right. 2 seconds, guys. Oh God, I need to put my heating on. This weather's just crazy. It's like in the morning, it's like freezing cold. Then sort of late morning, early afternoon, it's getting like really hot, and then sort of mid-afternoon, it's just getting freezing cold again. It's just that typical bizarre weather. Isn't the sell rate on that pet is low, that toy? This is the 0 to gold cap challenge, and on this, Big red. So I've sold 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I've sold 12 of them. Now those are on different servers and stuff like that, but they can sell. But it's like all that sort of stuff. Sometimes it's going to sell fat, sometimes it'll sell, sometimes it won't. Actually, what is the actual? Yeah, we can just look at the sales rate. Can't sales rate 0.021. So yeah, you're right. The sales rate is pretty crap. But you can see I've still managed to sell them even with the crap sales rate. Did you cancel scan to sell the engineering parts? I did some cancel scanning, but I wasn't like aggressively cancel scanning. So if you was on stream on, was it Friday? I think it was last time I streamed. I was cancel scanning, but I was cancel scanning like every 5-10 minutes. It's not like I was, spam posting ridiculously and then cancel scanning and spam posting ridiculously. It wasn't like aggressive cancel scanning. It was, what I'd call like a casual cancel scanning. Now, if I was really aggressively cancel scanning, I could probably have, sold stuff off a lot quicker. But it was fine. Like I said, it still wasn't like the fastest selling stuff in the world, but it was just okay. I live in the south of Brazil, and the weather in fall winter here is pretty much how you described, pretty much the same as you described. Yeah, it's just it's bizarre. It's literally we can have frost in the morning, like covering our car, so we have to like scrape the ice off it. And then just before I started streaming, it was so hot in here that I sort of only had my t-shirt on because the sun was beaming. And then it's gone freezing cold again now. It's just all over the place. Although I bet the summer in Brazil is a lot nicer than the summer in the UK. How do you find what sells good or bad? Well, you can use TSM. They have like a sale rate. So there you can see right at the bottom, it says region sale rate 0.021. And I'm not going to give you a number as to what sells well and what sells what sells, what's a good and what's a bad sales rate. But basically the higher the number, the better. So if we look at this, so that has a sales rate of 0.605. So that sales rate is what, 6, 12, 18. That sales rate is what, 30 times higher than the big red ray gun toy. Now, a lot of that is probably because it's sold on the region-wide auction house. But it's just a case of just looking at the number, trying it out, and if it doesn't work, then go for a bigger number until you get to a level that you're happy with. Because some people will sell stuff at, and the sales rate will be like, you'll sell at 1 a year. But they're happy enough with that because the profit margin on it's really good. And they don't just mind posting it for a year, which is, that's up to them. It really is a personal choice as to, how much profit margin and how long you're willing to wait to sell something for, basically. We got 3.5 inches here and it's still snowing. Oh, that's no good. That's no good at all. So I thought it was only like like you only like from an outsider um thinking about the US, you think like that it's like the northwest and the northeast where you're really going to get that snow. You don't really think of sort of like the middle central part, except for maybe near the mountains, really being snow. But you're right. You were right in the middle, weren't you? You was right in like proper Central America, proper Central sort of USA. Uh, See, my main goal is to make enough to pay for my token each month. I mean, yeah, I think that's probably besides like the current goal of people's like to get the brute sword, then to be able to pay for people's game time. I think that's sort of people's most common goal in goal making. But I always suggest the same thing to everybody. But unfortunately, that advice it's a bit useless at the moment. I say if you want to sort of pay for your your WoW game time with gold, then you need to sort of do it in the first 2 weeks of the expansion, because not only do you get like gold per hours that are like so much higher, but you will also the token price is lower as well. So you're earning like people were earning like 60, 70, 100k an hour mining, and then the token price was really really low, and now it's switched the other way. Now you get 25k an hour mining, and the token price has gone up. So you're earning less and you need more. So yeah, you really like you really just need to do it in that first few weeks of the expansion. Like I brought a post that I put on Twitter like the first day of the expansion, and I was buying rank 2 bismuth for 400 gold each. So 400 gold each. Now, if you just go in, like people were questing and people were doing dungeons and stuff like that, just go out and mine. Rank 2 bismuth is selling at 400 gold each. Like, how long is it going to take you to pay for your sub? And you don't, like I said, you don't pay for your sub for that month. You pay for your sub for the whole expansion, while you earn loads of gold and everything's cheap. It's recommended to buy token on start of expansion. It's way cheaper. I personally buy all my token for 3 years for my 2 accounts. Yeah, because now we're just seeing that token price just go up and up and up, and the amount your earnings going down and down and down. Yes and no. A big reason why the token is where it is because of the $80 auction house amount, which is still in the store until the beginning of January. The WoW token always goes up over time now, because the demand for gold goes down, and those that want the token, it remains sort of fairly consistent. So every expansion, you see a big dip in the price of the token, as there's a lot of demand for gold. Um, so yeah, the token price just goes down basically, and then it'll slowly go up over the course of the expansion. And every time there's a new season, it will dip a little bit, but it doesn't dip a lot. It doesn't go anywhere near to where it was at the start of the season. So yeah, you really do. It is best just to get it, and the best time to buy is usually about a week after Mythic Raid goes out or something like that, because that tends to be when the demand for gold sort of really goes, sort of Mythic Raid week or within a week after it or something like that. So if you can get all that gold together by then, then it's a fantastic position to be in. Because the last thing you wanted to do, because I remember at the end of BFA, people were doing like uh, dungeon runs for skinning and getting like 6-7k gold an hour, raw gold, and using that to pay for their token. It was just taking like, it was taking like so many hours just to be able to pay for your token. It's just nuts. Hi K, does the enchanting skill matter when doing the disenchanting stuff? Enchanting skill is absolutely essential when doing that. So you need to have 100 out of 100 profession skill, and you need to have all your rare profession gear. And ideally, you need to be a blood elf as well, because that 5 skill does make a difference for disenchanting. I wouldn't until you've got 140 skill, then I wouldn't even look at disenchanting anything. It does a bit because there's skill points needed for disenchanting skill. Yeah. Exactly what's said there. They got close to 5 foot of snow 3 hours north of me. Jesus, that's crazy. Now, my brother lives in Finland, and that sounds like a sort of Finland sort of thing. Like in the UK, we get 2 centimeters of snow, and the railway shut down, the school shut down, everything stops. And so my brother just found it bizarre when he moves to Finland, and they get like 2 foot of snow overnight. And it's like, yeah, get to work. That's not an excuse for being late. It's like, it's just completely different approach. Didn't you need a large amount of gold at the start of be able to even make gold other than herb and mining? Yeah, you did. So like I did a lot, like I was paying 400 gold for rank 2 bismuth because I was doing something with it to make more gold. But the point is, and the stuff I was doing was probably more advanced gold making and needed a lot of capital to start up. But anybody could have gone and done the mining and be earning like 400 gold per rank 2 bismuth. Now, to be fair, that was only like right at the start of the expansion. But the point is, like, you can just, anyone can do the mining and herbing. Like, if it was me, I don't even know if I'd even bother finishing the campaign. I might even just go out and do it straight away. I don't think you needed a whole lot, but that's relative to a person. Some people made tens of millions by focus on just one profession. Yeah. That's the best thing to do anyway. Just, whatever you're doing, just get one thing to a point where it makes gold, and then think about sort of moving on to something else that makes gold. I'm in Canada near the Great Lakes. Let's have a. I'm just Google mapping this now. Oh, so that's right on the border to the US as well. God, I see why they call them the Great Lakes. They're like half the size of the UK, aren't they? That's more like an inland sea rather than a lake, isn't it? That is true. Waste a lot of gold at the start of the expansion on gear and enchant for PvE and PvP. I don't really touch my profession, sadly. Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is, that's what everyone does, and that's why you can make so much gold at the start. People are, there's new dungeons. Like I said, there's new dungeons, new everything. People do that. People don't want to go out and do mining. People come and want to do the mining when the mining gets down to 25k an hour. That's when they want gold. Like a month into the expansion. Are you from the UK? Yes, I'm from the UK. I've been doing mining runs in delves. I've heard I've not it's not something I've tried, but I've heard some people doing quite well on that. And can't you get the seams in delves as well? Like I think I've only ever seen one seam in all the time I've done mining and herbalism. Haha, when I was in Eastern Washington State, we'd get snow around 1 to 2 meters and still have to go to work. Yeah, it's. I think it's like a cultural thing now, isn't it? Um, like you're so used to something that like it's not an excuse. It's not like it is just part of your everyday thing. Oh, is that a follower goal? We've got some funky music guides. Oh no, it's the Bez999 subscribe to Prime. Thank you very much. Thank you over on Twitch. That is muchly appreciated. Thank you. You snuck in then, didn't you? I found seams perhaps 2% of the time. Okay, so they are like ridiculously rare then even in seams. Even in seams, even in uh even in the delve, shall I say. The mighty UK where Freddos cost 90p. Yeah, I mean Freddos are 10p. Like, how can you make it smaller and then increase its price by like 900%? That's like something I would do, isn't it? You know, cut your crafting costs down and increase the price by 900%. You know, people get away with it in the real world and we can't do it on WoW. Seems to occur, but not often. I stealth run, skittering on my rogue. Wouldn't say the goal per hour is great. Yeah. Of course, happy to be on this goal making journey now. Oh, well, you was on the journey anyway, the Bez. You were with us, you know. But it is appreciated. Thank you very much. You get the founder one. You get the founder tag for being one of the first. It's not like Islands in BFA. I'm thinking of making most of my money on gathering, honestly. Yeah. I mean, like some people on the Discord were saying that they're still getting like, 25, 30k an hour. But, it's not going to last. So even now, even though the numbers are like people think the numbers are low now, they could well keep going down. And in that situation, if you do want to pay for your game time, then the best time to farm, to get your gold and all that, is at the start of the expansion. The second best time to do it is now. Even though, like we said, the gold per hour is, not great. Right, we just need to use up like 180 shimmering dust now. The best margins are concentration and chance. Is kind of wild how well it's held up. Well, I think some people would disagree with you. I think it has sort of nosedived a little bit, hasn't it? But I mean, it's still basically free gold, isn't it? It's not like it takes a lot of effort or anything like that. And the guys that set it up right at the start. So I did make a video before the expansion released talking about concentration builds, and obviously enchanting was one of them. And the guys that set up those enchanting builds right at the start, those are the ones that really made lots of gold. It'll be interesting if we keep concentration as a thing going into the next expansion, which I think we will. Then obviously it'll be interesting to look at what's going to be sort of the builds we're going to push towards next time. Because the reason enchanting works so well is it uses so many materials. Like there's so much dust and there's so many shards and all that sort of stuff in it. And there's no way to really upscale your materials like there are with other professions with refining and stuff like that. So it'll be interesting to see what happens next time. That's for sure. The new crafting system is quite confusing after a 10-year break. Feels like a gacha system. It's definitely a step up in complexity to what we've had before, but it's only like the complexity. People think it's like really complex, but if you think about sort of your rotation on your character, on how complex that is, and having to go to so many different resources to find your best in slot gear and the best way to do your rotations and things like that, it's probably not as complex as that. In fact, it's not as complex as that, but that's sort of just widely accepted as part of the game. And all Blizzard has done is just made the crafting system just a bit more complex. Because to be fair, the system we had before was, it's pretty bad, where it's just a case of you learn a recipe, you craft something, you get it, and there's not much to it at all. Like, even now, people are still finding, like with this formatology build that people are running to process materials to cut down crafting costs on sort of stuff they're crafting, and obviously being able to produce stuff really, really cheap. And because of the complexity of the system, we're 3 months into the expansion and people are still figuring out new stuff, and that's fantastic, really. I mean, if you look at the cost of Netflix and Hulu, the WoW sub isn't that bad. Yeah, I think they've done reasonably well to keep the price where it is, but obviously they've done it by sort of taking more money from people in different ways. So imagine like people buying the WoW token for gold earns Blizzard sort of like an absolute fortune. I don't know if you saw Belliore's video recently, and he figured out that they'd made sort of at the absolute minimum over $100 million from the new Brutosaur mount, which is, it's a freaking mount, and they've made $100 million from it. But I would rather see that. I would rather see this optional stuff in the game and keeping the sub price low so that people that, don't have a lot of money or whatever can afford to play it if they can't, because you can just say to people, oh, you can just farm your WoW token or whatever to get your sub, but just rather have a low cost of subscription and sort of optional stuff if people want it. I'm not bothered about store mounts and stuff like that, as long as it's not giving you player power, which the Brutosaur sort of does. sort of does help with auction house PvP, but it's still sitting on the auction house for hours on end, and I have ADHD, so I'd rather be doing something like raiding and whatnot. But I also hate being broke, lol. Well, sort of mining and herbing and stuff like that's probably more up your street then, isn't it? Rather than sort of just sat there crafting or sat there cancel scanning. Because that's the thing with mining and herbing. You don't have to worry about selling your stuff. You don't have, like, people are always going to buy. Concentration is here to stay. I wonder if they will adjust the recharge rate or anything like that. I don't know. I think the recharge rate is okay. I think it would be. I don't know whether they'll do something about the fact that it's obviously people are doing it on a sort of industrial scale. I don't know whether they'll do something about that. Personally, if it was me, I would probably do something, maybe slow it down slightly or some sort of diminishing returns on it. Or make it so that you could craft sort of warband bound stuff. So it's not so much about gold making, but making it more about people crafting their own stuff. So you can craft, you know, you have your enchanter, so you can use your concentration to craft, you know, all your enchants for your own characters. But if it's on your warband, if it's warband bound, then other people can't sort of, you know, you're not making gold out of it basically. But you can still use it for all your own characters and things like that. There's a good margin in concentration enchant unless you annualize your returns, in which case it's worse than a ton of other options. I use grey markets to buy my subs as well, cuts down the cost even more. Oh, you'll have to elaborate on that. Oh, Weevil's up. Weevil's down. Whose video was that? I can't remember what I was talking about. You'll have to remind me, Beds. Which video were we talking about? I went off on one. I go ranting sometimes. I hope they change it so that if you use concentration, it warbands the item, or it's only used when crafting orders. Yeah, basically, literally what I just said. I like it better than inspiration, but I don't like how it devalues skill for rank 3 crafts. The thing is, it's not good for the crafters. But I think Blizzard, like what I said about making the warband bank stuff as well, yeah, that's great. But it also brings down the cost of all enchants and stuff like that. So and Blizzard don't tend to like things when they get ridiculously expensive. And can you imagine if we didn't have enchanting concentration, this expansion, what the price on enchants would be like? So I don't know. I don't know if we will see. I don't know if I don't think they will change it, but having it so that they're having a warband bound, some sort of warband bound crafting, but that was cheaper. I don't know. It would be interesting. Like if you had it, so like let's say you're crafting rank 3 tempered pots, but if you craft them with warband bound, then they only required half the mass. So you know it's always going to be significantly cheaper for you to craft that for yourself, even without the concentration. then and that way, if you set up your own crafters, then it's always of a benefit for sort of your account because you can always produce those things for yourself cheaper than you can get them from the auction house. It's always going to be cheaper because you're only paying half the crafting cost. Like the numbers I've just pulled out of thin air, obviously, but you get the idea. But it's not like you've got it for free because you've put the time in to set that character up. Right, we want. We'll have that. So we've got 1,660 arts and acuity. So we can go and buy the books. I need to get all the gear, but I'll sort that out at a later date. As long as I get most of the stuff that I want. So we'll have that, we will have that, and we will have that. So what we're looking like now. So 50, so 110 alchemy knowledge. Which is, that's okay. We've got 900 arts and security left. So actually, I've only done that enchanting shuffle, and I've actually got enough to buy. I bought all the books, and I've got enough to buy all the tools straight away. It shows you how good the enchanting shuffle is now. Right, let me get rid of some of this stuff. I'm not actually going to. 800 gold. Yeah, I'll take that. And that's, I want to get rid of those as well. And I'm probably not going to use any core alloys either. That's fine, right? Needs to go to Dartmouth Fair now. Get that bit done. Oh, I need some. Before I forget. Build. Set loads of these up before I forget. Come on, come on, come on. There you get 6. Should do us. Hopefully we'll get at least one multi-craft proc. Whose video was that? The Brutosaur video. Oh, what were we saying about the Brutosaur? It's gone. It's completely gone. Bellio. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, you've got it right. Sorry. Yeah, it's a video he's done about analysing the numbers. I think it only came out in like the last couple of days or something. And like he does videos, doesn't he? Analysing sort of the number of people that play Mythic Plus, the number of people that raid and stuff like that. But in the middle of that video, he's analysed the number of people that bought the store mount, the Brutosaur mount. And he figured it out to be at least $100 million, but that was just based. Bellio, you don't know Bellio? As in. Bellio is probably like 650k subs. Let me just link. Yeah, there you go. Just linked it there. Like I said, I've been getting back after 10 years. Well, he made videos back in WOD. Oh. So I'm getting, if I speak, I get the 1 month subscriber thing. So it's working somewhere. It's just not working for you guys. We'll have a play with that though, so you get your sub badges soon. But Bellio don't really do guides or anything anymore though. He just tends to, you know, generally say, you know, this is good, this is bad nowadays. But I think he started making content like back in WOD or MOP or something like that. I don't know if they were around when I played. Yeah. Oh, if it's been 10 years, a lot's changed, hasn't it? I will say for most players, everything was too expensive at the start of the expansion and still is very expensive, honestly, which makes me think they will adjust professions in some way. I'm looking forward to 11.1 though, another surge of gold, and I'm sure they will add new recipes and things like that. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's that expensive now, especially if you decide to just, you know, stick with rank 2 stuff, like especially on your consumables and stuff like that. I don't think it's that bad now. Right, miles behind on YouTube. Sorry, guys. I should clarify, there's a good unit margin and concentration builds, but the recharge time means that it will lag behind a lot of other methods of gold making. It's great for one start weekly. Yeah, so like if all you want is that bit of gold, the amount you can get from in like concentration, then concentration is the best bet. But if you want more gold than that, then you know concentration can only get you so far, really. If I was Blizzard, I would just squish the gold amounts like it did a level squish. But would that actually change anything? Because everything's still the same, except for you've just removed a 0, haven't you? Like I go from like having 1.2 billion to having what 120 million, but then you know, then everybody else has lost the same percentage, so it doesn't really make a difference. Hey, Kate, yesterday I DM'd you about the Thor mythology, and 10 seconds later that I opened the YouTube and saw Ian's video. Timing was legit hilarious. Yeah, I thought that was funny as well. So I didn't even get a chance to reply to you. I still don't know how to process Orbinid and Blessing Blossom, though. I don't have a Flask Crafter online yet. What did they say they were doing with it? Because I knew what they were doing, but I didn't know sort of exactly what they were doing with every single sort of, you know, every single thing that was coming out of it, basically. What is crafting rank 1 ciphers all about? Just making some gold. They're about, when I looked earlier, it was like a 15 or 20% profit margin after auction house cut, so can't really complain about that. Bell is a great channel. Yeah, I mean, he's great now, and he was great when he started, but there was a period of time when, should we say, WoW wasn't at its best. But at that point, it became difficult to watch because, you know, we know the game's crap at that point. Moonberry. But making a video saying the game's crap, like twice a week, it's just, yeah. But I mean, it was fair criticism at the time, but it was just like, it just got to a point where it's like, oh no, I just can't bother to watch that anymore. Right, one fizzy. Right, that should do it, I think. Is that all I need? Just thought I just bought it. Did I buy the wrong one? Yeah, I bought the wrong one. People would not like a gold swish at all. Can already imagine the complaints. Yeah, I mean, but like we said, it's not going to change the number. The numbers just go. It's like when you have a damage squish. It doesn't really change anything. You still, well, until Blizzard mess it up, of course, but it doesn't really change anything overall. The numbers are just smaller. Yeah, definitely people would complain, but would help with inflation. Yeah, but it's like when you do it with a currency, it's the same sort of thing, isn't it? It's not really changed. Hello, I was watching on YouTube. How did you end up with so much acuity on the hunter on screen? I did the enchanting shuffle. So I did. I basically I did lots and lots of disenchanting to get lots and lots of shimmering dust. And we're lagging quite a lot now. So I think we saw you could get about 190 shimmering dust from enchanting catch up, and that gives you 5 artisans acuity each. So that's nearly 1,000 artisans acuity from doing that. So I had 1,700. I bought all the knowledge books, and now I've got the enough acuity left over to buy all the profession tools as well. So that's it's quite nice how easy it is to set these professions up now. Because I mean, you see me do this on stream today, and I've not been like continuously pushing it really hard. We've been streaming for 2 hours, 45 minutes, and this character is it's in a pretty strong position now with this. It just needs. Right, guys, I need to get the door again. Sorry. But it's that time of year, isn't it, where Amazon's coming every single day. It's Christmas time. Right, so we can craft all these treaties for the other character. Can you do it? I'll lag out. I'm going to log you out for a minute because you're lagging like hell. There's already exchange rates between Kata Classic and Retail. Their squish would have to be similar to the Kata's economy again. Which period was the crap period in your opinion? I mean, I think like Shadowlands people didn't like. BFA people didn't particularly like, but it's really hard for me to judge because at those periods of the game was when I was started gold making, and so I was doing that instead of raiding and stuff most. I think the last raid that I actually raided in properly was probably Castle Nafrier. So that's the first one in Shadowlands, and that was the last time I, was raiding properly in a guild. So it's really hard for me to say when the in my opinion when the bad time does. But I think most people would say BFA into Shadowlands basically. And then most people will say that Dragonflight was a big step up, and most people will say that War Within is largely a step up from that. I mean, I think the way they're going now, where they're just everything seems to be like concentrating on putting improvements into the game long term. It's so much a better system than having like this thing in Shadowlands where we're going to put these things in and then we're going to take them away, and they've spent all this time to add something to the game that's not adding anything to the game in the long term. But like in Dragonflight, we got the new flight system and we've got the new profession system. We've got player housing coming next expansion, and that's the sort of stuff we need to do. You need to use an expansion to make the game better, not just to bring something into the game temporarily. Right, we're lagging like crazy because of this crafting FPS. Do you think min-maxing 5 enchanters at all is make more profitable, or 5 to 10 min or 10 to 15 with minimal effort enchanter? I mean concentration. I honestly could not tell you at the moment because I didn't look that closely at enchanting. I imagine probably doing more on the minimum is probably better. If you can do 3 times more on the minimum, then that's probably better. But personally, I would just set them up on the minimum and seeing what it's like. You can set one up on a minimum, see what it's like. If you're happy with the gold, then set another 14 up on the minimum. But the problem with doing the more advanced setup is it will make you more gold, but it does cost a lot more gold to set up, whereas the minimum setup takes basically, it takes very little to set up. There we are now. This guy has only got his patron orders to do now. Catch up. Oh, and he's got. Didn't we just do all these earlier? Oh, they were on 12-hour duration, weren't they? So they probably just respawned in now. I definitely don't need any more art and security now. And that was all crap, wasn't it? Oh no, there's another flicker there. Oh, you're joking. I need to come back in an hour. I've not got enough concentration. I'll tell you what, let's just... I'm not messing about. I'm not coming back in an hour. Just that'll be enough. Oh, it's still not enough. Oh, it is just. There we go. That did the job. I should have upgraded the vials, actually. That's the cheapest way. That's the easiest way of doing it. Never mind. That's fine. That's all rubbish. So So after a few hours, let's see how much knowledge we ended at. So we've got that 50 and 67. So we've got 117 alchemy knowledge in a few hours. I mean, it did cost us a bit of gold. I'm not going to say it didn't cost us a bit of gold, because it did. But that's fine. And now it can just do its patron orders and do its weekly stuff. It's good to go. Right. You're being lazy. You've stopped crafting. Right. Sorry, guys. I'm falling behind on the chat again. With everyone having so much acuity, do you think the potential gold return on first to market for season 2 is diminished, assuming new recipes drop from 600 acuity, 600 artisan acuity bags? That it's a big assumption, isn't it? But it's literally going to be pure RNG, isn't it? As to whether somebody gets them. But it's not going to be like season 1 bags, that's for sure. Because there's just going to be so many more of those recipes around. They're not going to be selling for gold cap. The last time I wasn't playing. It's probably unlikely the new 600 Artisan's Acuity bags drop from raids or dungeon. Yeah, but we thought that about the start of the season as well, didn't we? And they still messed that up. But yeah, I think you're right. I don't think they'll drop. How come crafting rank 1 ciphers are better than rank 2? They're not particularly better. It's just that if you sell the rank 1s, you can then... if you can sell rank 1s for the same profit margins as you can sell a rank 2 usually. So you can just sell both things at once. When you're posting, do you often cancel scan like a madman? Not really. I'm not a cancel scanning person. If people know they can get me out of markets by just cancel scanning aggressively, because I tend to get bored of it very quickly. I actually do think the new recipes will be in the loot table from those bags. I don't expect Blizzard to change that. I mean, it's definitely something I'll be testing on the PTR when it goes live. Oh crap, I forgot about Dark Moon Fair this week. Yeah, just came up yesterday. So this guy is done. Right, I'm happy with that. I need to do Dark Moon Fair on other characters now, though. Ian suggested to craft Tempered Aggression and Tempered Mastery. I think refining herbs to rank 3 and using rank 3 vials to craft those flasks. Yep. It sounds solid enough if it's going to get those herbs used up. I just love it how they've taken that sort of thing when I'm saying, oh yeah, refine your herbs to rank 3 to cut down your rank 3 crafting costs. And they've obviously found a cheaper way to get the rank 2s to make the rank 3s to cut down the crafting costs even more. It's just really cool overall, to be honest. On that. Yeah, I know I should have the add-on, guys. I know someone's going to say it. I got the glimmer. I've got first time craft on this as well. Bonus. Right. This guy needs to go to Dark Moon Fair. Shadowlands was rough. Yeah. It was just, and it was very self-inflicted by Blizzard. Like, people were screaming at them with what they saw the problems were. You know, well, when it was back in beta, well before it was released. So yeah, it was silly to not sort of to not act on that feedback. But they seem to be doing a pretty good job now of sort of generally acting on the feedback that they get given. Or they do, in my opinion, anyway. I'm hoping that Blizzard will make crafting orders cross-realm at some point. I'm on a low population realm and struggling hard to find to get simple profession gear by now. Yeah. I have the same problem because I play on low population servers as well, generally speaking. I tend to just go onto my account and basically get it done cross server. So you can, if you have it, if you get them to invite you to a guild or you invite them to a guild, and then you can do it as a guild crafting order, and then you can do it cross server. So just go on to like Area 52 if you're on the US, or go on to like Draenor if you're on the EU, and just ask in trade chat, and you'll get like 5 whispers instantly, and then just sort it out with them to do it cross server. And I just usually pay them just a little bit more gold for that. And they're usually happy, and I'm usually happy. But yeah, it is annoying. It is just that little bit more effort. You can't just sort of send it to somebody, unfortunately. It is cross-realm to join a guild now. Yeah. So you can invite to the guild cross server, and then they can just do it as a guild crafting order. Because if you look at my guild here, so this is my guild with all my crafters in it, mostly my crafters, few other odd person, but it's just all my characters. And then if I ever do crafting orders or anything like that, then they can just all do crafting orders for each other. Like this character that's just done all those treaties for the alchemy character. So that thing, that guilds being cross server change has been really nice for those on low population servers wanting to get that stuff crafted. Because like must be like before that, it must have been an absolutely nightmare trying to get your stuff crafted. Because surely like you'd have to be like completely self-sufficient. Because like no one would really be crafting that stuff. It's not worth it for them to craft that stuff anyway, because there might only be like 1 or 2 people on the server that even want it. Is it really bad for that bad for low population servers? If you go onto a low population server, there's literally nobody talking in trade chat. Like if you go onto Area 52 or Drain or anything like that, you can't literally even see the trade chat because it's just so spammed. And then you go on a low population server and you can type in there, and you can go back an hour later and your message will still be the last one in there. It's just impossible to get anything made. Let's have a bit more light. Yeah, but there are benefits like you saw when I was collecting the treasures earlier. It's really nice that you can just fly around and there's just stuff all over the place. Because I've tried doing it. My main alchemist is on Illidan, which is obviously a high population server, and I've tried doing it on that server, like getting my weekly treasures, and you just can't do it. It just takes ages. Oh, by the way, did you have any chance to look at the add-on No Mats No Make add-on? It shows you what match you. Yeah. It's an add-on. I keep thinking I'm going to add it on, and then I keep forgetting. So do you know what? We're just going to do it now. Because as soon as I finish the stream, I'll forget about it. So if I add it now, then it's there, isn't it? Or I would if it ever loads. think Curse Forge is melting. Or my PC is melting, one of the two. Yeah, no mats, no makers, an add-on that I should have done like ages ago. That's classic. I don't want classic. Right. No mats. Right, it's done. We have it. We have it, guys. No excuses now. Right, where's the inscription? Is that down here? Well, remember, doesn't this guy just want empty parchments? Mill. How much KP are you looking at for the form build? Isn't it like, I'm not sure the exact number, isn't it like 200? It's like 200 or something. Around that area. Right. Oh crap, no, I didn't want to do that. They were there for a reason. Take that. Where's the light parchment? That's what I want. So I should be able to with that now. And then God, I wish it were all that easy. Shows you how much I play the game. What do you get for it this month? Well, to be fair, that's not bad. I might actually get that this month. But I never do anything. Look, if you look at my tenders, I've got, even though I never get the max every month, I've still got 15,000 tenders. So just don't spend it. Right, so that's everything done on this account. Done the daily stuff, and it's done this guy now. No, actually, you can carry on crafting for now. Finish off what you're doing. So I'm going to just go through my other accounts now and do the. I need to get the Darkman Fair stuff done. So I may as well do that. Okay, kind of looking at making 150k to 300k from a day in crafting. Kind of lucky making, yeah. I mean, that's if you're making that amount, that's awesome. I had the same problem, but found nice, reliable crafting. I simply stay in his guild and do orders for him. Found him on Twisted Never. Yeah, I mean, if you can find that, that works too. I found a guy for one of mine who could craft all three things, and I just joined his guild as well when I was doing putting together my level worker. I think it was. He could craft all three things, including the bag. It was really nice. Light parchment can be bought on the Grand Expedition Yak. Yeah, well, that sounds like effort. Are you doing Darkmoon stuff on each account? And if so, how much time do you need? That must be hours. I'm just going to do the monthly quest. It doesn't take long. It's just the time getting there more than anything else. I need to log on these characters anyway to do the daily patron orders for the catch up. On high population, it's the opposite. Hardly get any orders, even if you apply within a second. Yeah, I bet. But that's why, because if you go there and you're trying to buy something, you see why, because you'll want to buy and link it rank 5 or whatever, and then you'll just get 5 whispers back instantly. And there'll be 2 saying 10k, one of them that says 8k, and then one guy that says he'll do it for free. Made 350k last week in crafting orders on Tichondrius. You just got to be speedy, yeah. But you need the add-on, don't you? I forget what the add-on's called because I've not used it before. It is linked on the Discord in the Discord. It's on the section of goal making resources. It's the add-on that basically instantly replies for you, or near enough for you. It automates a lot of it. It looks like a very powerful add-on for doing crafting orders. I don't know. I've not, like I said, I've not tried it. So look at this, guys. This is a good add-on. It makes it miles easier. There you go. See, I do listen to you guys eventually. Are you taking the... No, you're not having... That's for that. Yeah, do you know what we're saying about those ridiculous blacksmithing crafting orders earlier? That's fine. That's good. Right, this guy just needs to do his stuff as well. I don't collect treasures on a lot of my characters. The only one I collect treasures on is alchemy characters, because the extra knowledge is a massive benefit to them. But I'm not going to do it on like blacksmithing because it just takes too long. It's the amount of effort you put in, the amount of return you get for it. It's just not worth it, basically. Guys, something's going to happen soon that's never happened before. Me as a content creator, and we're going to end up with more people watching on Twitch than on YouTube. And I don't even link to Twitch. It's going to happen soon. First time ever. We are. I am slowly moving over to Twitch, by the way, guys. Though it is the better streaming platform. I will always still stream on YouTube, but even though it has its own problems, it is you can do a lot more stuff on Twitch, can't you? So you're on Twitch. Like I said, I don't advertise it, and there you go. It's that on Twitch. But I don't advertise it so much because I was still putting things together for Twitch. It's still not working, 100%. People's sub badges aren't showing up for some reason. I need to look at that when we're done today. But yeah, we're slowly getting over there. Yeah, Craft Scan, that's the name of the add-on. For the doing the crafting orders. You literally cannot do crafting orders without that, because it's like you cannot compete with people that are doing that, basically. Right, I'm not actually sure where the blacksmithing one is. They're all normally just down here, aren't they? Yeah, seeing as I've only just set up a blacksmith this month, I don't think I've ever done the blacksmithing quest here because I don't think I had a blacksmith in Dragonflight either. I don't actually know where I'm going for this, but a little trick that someone showed me earlier, that weak ore is just ridiculously good. Use the iron stock to craft fork. Right. I haven't got a freaking clue what I'm doing here. Has it just added it to... Is it gone on my classic? No, right. What? Oh, does it just click on that? Requires an anvil. Right, where's... Right, guys. I'm lost. Use the iron stock to craft. Oh, guys, I don't know where I'm going. Need an anvil. Tell you what. It's cheap. I've got to get it out. Right, is that going to let me then? Yeah. Future reference, that's how we do this quest. Easy. Oh, it doesn't give you an item, it just gives you the knowledge, doesn't it? Yeah. Honestly, the issue is people don't tip anything for crafts these days, and if you set a price yourself, they just laugh at you. Very rarely people will tip me 5k for a craft. Everything is too expensive for most people. Well, is that just people being stingy though? Because I've been paying 20k for a lot of mine. But usually, obviously, I advertise mine in the Discord before I go into the before I go into like trade chat or anything like that. But I suppose okay, people don't have like my sort of gold to play with. But yeah, it got like this in Dragonflight though, didn't it? It got to a point where your profit margin was basically whatever you got from your resourcefulness procs. Right. I imagine you have a video on it. Do you know which video I should look up to see an engineering build if I want to focus on just bismuth bolt making? Yeah, the video you need to watch is the video I've literally just made, but I've not released it yet. I don't think it'll be coming out till until Wednesday. But the build you're going for, basically, I can show you. I can show you the build. Like I said, the video will be out on Wednesday anyway. So you need 40 in inventing, 40 in parts, 30 in scrapper, and 15 in ingenious. And the most important thing to not forget is to whenever you invent, you gain inventor's guile, which is this buff that increases your stats. So you never ever want to be without that buff. Basically, it lasts 12 hours, so it's really easy to keep up, and all you need to do is just invent to get it. An invent costs you rusted scrap, but because you've got parts down here, crafting parts can now sometimes result in spare scrap. So you should always have enough scrap. So that's the main thing, to make sure you keep. That's the thing that people miss, if anything, I imagine, is remembering to keep that up. And then equipment-wise, then obviously it needs to all be rank 5 rare with a multi-craft tool and a resourcefulness enchant, and that's pretty much it. And from that, you're basically a bisque crafter for all the parts. Basically. Not just bismuth bolts, but all of them. Right, so this, I can dump this guy. You can sit back down there. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, the video will be out on Wednesday, but you've got it there anyway on the VOD if you need it now. It doesn't auto whisper though, correct? You still have to click. Yeah, you still have to do something with that add-on. But yeah, it's fine. Right, so we've done that one. There's an amble to the north behind the circus tent. Oh yeah. Well, remember for next time anyway. People being stingy. What is 5k these days? Yeah, I know. Considering the amount of effort you put to set the profession up and the amount of gold it cost, like 5k is like, you know, it's nothing, is it? Yeah, you're very generous on your tips. Was blown away about how much you tip. Yeah, but especially when it's people on the Discord that are part of the community, then you know, definitely going to tip. That's nothing. Can you imagine how much I'd tip if it was like the first week of the expansion? I think I was paying like 50 or 60 or 70k or something ridiculous. Yeah, I saw a lot of people who think crafting is one button press, people who think resources prop is a tip, people who think crafting is easy and almost no tipping. I set an amount for an item. They can handle it, or they handle it or down. I don't mind. By the way, talking about gear and professions, gear crafting, yeah. And the thing is, this gets sort of this attitude of, oh, it's only pressing one button, is like it gets put a bit about the community, because I know Preach went on a bit of thing about it at the start of Dragonflight, I think it was, or was it for the crafting of the legendary stuff in Shadowlands? I can't remember, but he made a video about it. And like, oh, it's only one button. Why is it costing so much gold? I think it was for Shadowlands, and people had spent like, to level your Leaverworking to produce the rank 4 crafted stuff in Shadowlands, it cost you literally 20 to 25 million gold. And people are like, oh, it's only button press. And it's like comparing, well, why are you charging me more to kill the last boss on Mythic compared to killing the last boss on Heroic? Because they both take about the same amount of time. And you're still pressing the same buttons. So why are you charging? Why is one of them costing me 80k and one of them's costing me 20 million gold? You still, but and it's, the answer's obvious, because it's not just the amount of time it takes and the button presses, it's the amount of effort and stuff you've put to get yourself in that situation. And that's what people are paying for. There's like that proverb, isn't there, about calling a guy to fix a ship, and the guy comes along and he just, just knocks a hammer on the side of the ship and fixes it. And this guy's like, well, all you did was knock the hammer. Yeah, but it's not about knocking the hammer. It's about knowing where to knock the hammer and what to do it and all that sort of stuff. It's the experience you're paying for and the investment that the person's put in. You're not just paying for that, that small action, basically. I got Lariat Recipe and Dragonflight like week 2-ish. I was charging 15k a craft. Also, people do not understand that inspiration is no longer a thing. So they're used to cheap materials for max ranks craft. Yeah, I mean, that's people not understanding paying for people's concentration was definitely a big factor at the start as well. When raids came out, I was tipping about 5k, but nowadays I tip between 1 and 2k depending on recipe difficulty. Yeah, I mean, if you're just doing basic stuff at the moment, tipping anything I think is appreciated by most people. So this is the main. This is my main alchemy character. How much knowledge has he got now? 55, 105, plus 120, so that's 225. Is that right? So 55, 105, plus 120. That's 225 plus 95. So I've got 320 knowledge points on my alchemist at the moment. I've done. I just need to do Dark Moon Fair on this character. Right, sorry guys on Twitch, I'm miles behind. The craft sign I did set up so I can see Horde and Alliance trade chat in the same client, but can't whisper to different factions. That's that part. So yeah, the whole thing about not being able to whisper to the other faction is just really just seems like a really outdated part of the game now, doesn't it? And it's just really awkward with getting crafting orders and stuff done. In Dragonflight, I averaged over 5k. However, in the Warbin, I'm averaged about 2k so far. Yeah, Dragonflight was so much better for tipping because everything was cheaper. Someone wanted TL gear crafted, spamming 5 days. So I made crafted for him, 2 hours and 80k made, but worth in the end. Hey, if you made profit from it, then best tip I ever get was 100k. Jesus. I've never given 100k yet. Maybe next expansion. Also, a lot of crafting orders, crafters in the Dwarven, it seems. I had Lariat day 1, made over 30 million in the first week. Like, that's frigging crazy. And when you're making that sort of goal, that's the sort of goal where you think, well, actually, it's probably worth me doing loads on my server and then maybe server transfer into another server. If you could see in trade chat that nobody else was doing it, basically. I made a lot of crafting orders in like the 3rd or 4th week of the expansion when people were getting 519, 610 pieces crafted. I expect net people paying 50k in the first couple of days. Hey, you're not using the add-on weekly knowledge. I love it as an overview for all characters. I have literally at least one of each profession, and I tend to do everything on the characters at the same time. So I don't really worry too much about tracking it, because like now I know I'm going to do all my Dark Moon fairs, and I've done the daily patron orders at the same time, the daily catch-up patron orders. So now I know I don't need to do anything until tomorrow on all my characters once I'm done. But yeah, it's a good call. If it helps you, of course. I think that most people never got into crafting at all, so they have zero clue on what actually everything costs and how it works. That's the main reason I decided to go into region-wide markets rather than server crafting. There is more PvP for sure, but you can work out the maths of it. Yeah, I mean, and you can sell stuff quick as well. And I just personally, I just can't deal with dealing with people like like it's not so bad now, but especially in Dragonflight when you're trying to explain to people how the crafting order system works as well. Like I can't imagine how bad that was back then. You get back to crafting because you've been slacking. Crap. Um. Do, 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 do. Oh, guys, I actually caught up on chat. The first time in the whole stream, I actually caught up on chat. Yeah, we'll get all this Dark Moon Fair stuff done. That's another job out the way. And then we're ready for reset tomorrow. And hopefully, if I get done early enough tomorrow, I'll be able to stream tomorrow afternoon as well. If any of you guys are going to be about. Did you get to play around with the multi-craft resource from this PTR changes before they postponed it? No. And I probably, it's probably coming in the 0.1 patch, we assume, with the new season. And I'm probably not going to play with it until properly play with it till like, a week or two before it releases. Simply because like I can't be bothered to figure everything out and then change it all. Right, I've missed it, haven't I? Because like I don't think it's going to be that dramatic of a difference. Like I said, I think overall they're just going to nerf. Oh yeah, I need the Moonberry as well, don't I think they're just going to slightly nerf multicraft if anything. Right. We'll see. We'll see. Like I said, once I will look into it. I'll probably have a quick look at it when it first goes live and do some quick numbers for a video. But then when it comes to the actual final numbers and adding them to the crafting sheet and stuff like that, that's not going to get done until right close to release. Because I'm not doing all the numbers for the crafting sheet and then it getting having to do it all again because it's a very time consuming process. Hello. Honestly, when people are rude about crafting costs, I just tell them to level up the profession themselves and make it themselves. When I was actually asking for a lot for the 590 and 610 crafts, yeah, especially at start when it's expensive to level a profession and stuff like that. Exactly, just go and do it yourself then. Right. That guy's actually almost completely caught up now, just 8 knowledge behind on the patron orders. Also, did someone else get a bug when recraft you can't make it a rank Q5 even when you maxed it out? With thing that gives plus 40 skill and concentration, most notable on profession tools. Did you use crappy materials originally though? Because if you use crappy materials, then some of the plus skill you get from those crappy materials carries through when you recraft. So you can't like if you could just use crappy materials on the original craft, everyone would just craft with rank 1 materials and then recraft using rank 3s. But if you do that, some of that rank 1 materials you used on the original craft is going to carry through. It doesn't just use the stuff that you're using on the recraft. In that case, you could, like you're saying, you could make it almost impossible for you to be able to make it a rank 5. I don't know if you can make it impossible if you use really, really poor stuff. So yeah, that becomes when you are thinking about, am I going to upgrade this in the future? You have to think, well, I might only craft this at 4 now and I want it at 5 in the future. Think about what you're doing.
The cat.
Just think about how much it's costing you, because you may end up in a situation where it's costing you a lot more in materials in the future. So
Cat wanted me.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's another one of those things in the system where it doesn't explain anything to you whatsoever. Right, I'm missing. I just bought like 50,000 water, didn't I? We've got a flying cat, guys. Right. That's almost done with its crafting. Oh, good. That one's just crashed. To be fair, this add-on is nice. You can just go straight to the ones you want, can't you? That's all I want. And the Dark Moon Fair. Yeah, I didn't know why it had a couple of bug crafts. I'd no idea. Now it makes sense. Yeah. Once again, like I said, it's one of those things that just not explained at all. I've gone to the wrong portal. AK, you still playing hardcore? I am. I'm basically just playing it on stream. But today I wanted to set up a new alchemist character, so I've been doing that, and then I've had my Dark Moon Fair stuff to do as well. So I can only like really actively play on one account at a time, obviously. So I will finish off on the hardcore characters. They will make it, they probably will die at some point. But the warlock in particular, I'm sort of enjoying more, so I'll probably go back to that next. We just killed Hogger, hadn't we, last time? Might get back to that tomorrow. But it was always only something that I was, just doing casually while I was doing the other stuff. I'm not sort of like, massively advertising the fact that I'm playing it or trying to jump on that classic bandwagon or anything like that. You know, I'm still mostly just doing what I'm doing in retail. And that's just a bit of fun on the side. I can't actually remember what I'm doing with this one either. It's not you, is it? No. I should listen to you guys more. You do tell me the answers, don't you? That weak aura trick is really nice. Let's see, I just need glass. I think I'm going to have to make this bigger because I'm just going to go blind looking for little bits of glass on the floor while I'm... Do you think the amount of players into goal making will deflate once the Bruto is gone? It could well do. I can't remember what happened in BFA, you know, once it went away. So yeah, it could potentially happen. We could potentially have less players in it, and you know, less players is less competition and potentially higher margins. But we'll just have to see what happens when it happens, I suppose. Because obviously there is more people trying to do it at the moment, but I think a lot of people have just given up and just bought it, haven't they? When they've realised how difficult it is to actually make gold at the moment. Right, that's done. That. Right, so that's another account done. I'm not going to bother doing it with the tailor because I've got so much knowledge on my tailor beyond what I actually need it for that it's just not worth the effort. But I still need certain stuff on the level worker, so I will do it on the level worker. Oh, the lag. Oh, it's melting. That's fine, right. Come off. When is the Bruto supposed to leave the shop? Is it tell you what, I've actually got the store open at the moment. on the other screen. So let's have a look. Is it beginning of January, isn't it? Like 2nd of January or something? What are you doing, Kat? It's just not loading. It's just not loading. Warcraft. Get rid of that. Where's my new one? That's my new one. It is. Does it even say? Offer valid through 6th of January. So that's it. You've just got say what, literally another month to get it. And then it's gone. And it'll come back on the black market auction house. What is it? Is it 6 tokens you need to get it? Oh, okay. Got some time. I missed it. It had a date on it. Yeah, it's a really annoying thing that they have a habit of doing. And they obviously did it with a BFA one as well. And it's so important for goal making. What's that? Well, that's actually quite cheap. Get some gleaming shards for that. Yeah, it gives you such an advantage trying to sell stuff when you can cancel scan so quickly with it. Right. Finally, last 1,000 braces to disenchant. Lol. Oh god. You must have like repetitive strain injury or something. How many have you done today? Oh no, I'm not doing that. I've got 20. I'll do this one because they're providing the Weaver cloth bowls. It's not really costing me out. Oh! See that proc? Got 6 bolts. Made a huge profit from that. Not doing that, not doing that. God, these are worse than the blacksmithing ones. Do that. Yesterday, I have it bound to mouse wheel though, so it's not that bad. See, I don't like binding it to mouse wheel. I just prefer spacebar, as you've probably seen in my videos. It feels lazy just to do it on the spacebar to me. But I get because it's the same with TSM as well, don't it? People don't like. I keep buying my TSM as well. The number 1 usually on my characters that are selling stuff. Whereas most people have that on mouse wheel as well, don't they? I guess it's whatever works for you, isn't it? If you need to start from scratch, how do you make gold? Mining and herbing, always. Or, well, should we say some form of farming? Because you need to have gold to make gold. and you can't really. There's no shortcuts around that, unfortunately. Once you've got some gold together, from there, you can obviously do various things with it. And if you have or have not been following the zero to gold cap, that's exactly what I did. Started off mining and herbalism, and then from there, I've sort of built it up to do other things. But yeah, you need to get that initial goal together before you can do anything else. Yeah, well, mouse wheel lets you have the game not in focus. And if you have a wireless mouse, you can move. Oh, right, okay. That's fair enough. Yeah, so you've got proper setup then, haven't you? I know people have been doing it with someone on the Discord had sorted it so they could do it with their Xbox pad, couldn't they? So they can just sit there and press a button on that as well. It's whatever you find most comfortable if you're crafting that much, I guess. Right. Leatherworker's crashing now. Oh no. What's happening, guys? We'll do that. I assume red means I don't have the recipe. Yeah, recipe unlearned. Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, it is definitely quicker using this add-on. Didn't see anywhere in Discord or Blind, but you can make gold by providing raid skip to last boss in one day. I made like 1.5 million from tips. Did hear people getting banned. Not sure if it's true or not. Well, I mean, I've heard of people selling raid skips before. But if you're managing to sell it to that many people and make that much gold off it, it just sounds, a little bit iffy. As in, is there something that you are doing differently to be able to give that many people a skip? There we go, that's done. Right, we're going to get rid of you, pull you up to there. You can sit there for now, and we're just going to go down to 3 accounts for now. Now that you've finished crafting, I've got a feeling I'm not going to have access, am I? Nope. 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Well, that's... What, so you've done 13 hours, but you're still making like over 100k gold an hour from it, aren't you? Oh. That's still like pretty solid gold making. Right. If my PC's finished melting, then we will log back in a minute. Dump all this in the auction house. I'll dump it in the bank at least anyway. To dump on the auction house. and then I will probably be finishing here fairly soonish. I'm gonna go and release that video, the new Zero to Gold Cap video.
Huh? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
It depends on people. Max tip was like 40k. Minimum was one. Someone actually tipped 1 gold. Like you just wouldn't tip, would you?
Round it up, you know. It's 99 something.
Like,
if 1 gold makes it even.
Like, that's just insulting. It's not even worth the amount of time that it takes you to open up your trade window in that situation. I think it was a good guildmate as trolling. All right, that's no, that's fine. If it was me and it was a guildmate, I'd just trade you something like, some troll item instead. That's fine as long as it wasn't someone being serious about it. But why is this working so well? Because I've heard of people selling skips before, but it's always been like, skips to old raids and stuff like that. So why is it working so well sort of at the moment in this expansion? It's for when they're time walking raids. All right. So we've got what we got. And it's Rafa Lich King, yeah. So why would it be bannable then? Why is this? Where's the bannable part come from? I absolutely love that there's people doing that, save so much time. So what are they doing then? Are they clearing the raid on, say, in the old version, and then somehow giving you the skip in the time walking version? Is that basically what people are doing? This is the last one anyway. I'm skipping the level worker after all. I don't really need the knowledge on it, but I do need it on this engineer. So this is the last Darkman Fair one that we're doing. I think they do time walking once, don't kill last boss, then queue in pre-made groups. Queue the raid with only last boss lockout and receives tips for the invite. All right, okay. So they do have to actually do it on time walking then. I didn't know if See, I assumed that it would kill their lockout if they did that. Obviously, it doesn't because it's working. But I assume that somehow, if you did it, if you cleared the raid, you know, the regular version of the raid, then that might have been able to. You might have been able to sell that, and that might work for time walking potentially. Yeah, that's what they do. Then they leave the group and keep doing it. Yeah. Yeah, I can't see. I can't really see why that'd be bannable. Oh, that was the wrong button. 1.5 million gold in just over 12 hours. That sounds like a sounds like a gold making video. If only it wasn't the day before reset. Oh, but then I'd have to actually do the raid, wouldn't I? And that sounds like a lot of effort. There's a quest that gives a champion gear item, so that's why a lot of people try to join these groups for last boss, kill, spam it on ult, 6 ults in like an hour, right? So just fast, easy gear them. But it's something that Blizzard, like I said, I'd not heard of this before, so it's not something that was really getting done last expansion, was it? So you have a feeling that this might be something that Blizzard act on now, because it's probably not the behaviour they want, is it? They're not going to ban people for it, but they might make it so it doesn't necessarily work as well as it currently is. It's been around for a while, okay. I can't believe I've just not heard of it, because you know, it just seems like such an obvious. Right. No, that's the wrong one. Come on, click. There. Right. I might have to go big screen on this as well. Everything's so friggin' small. It's a bit like LFR. You can leave before last boss, then you can make a custom group, raid, and invite people. When you queue, you get to last boss, then one would save, leave, and it does it again, and you can just keep spamming it, right? Selling raid carries isn't against terms of service. It was really good money then. Yeah, it's not like it's not about the carried section. It's about the fact that you're sort of endlessly allowing people to skip the whole raid, and it's not something that's going to be. It's not something they're going to ban for. I'm pretty sure, because you know, like you said, it's been going on for ages. But you'd think it's something that Blizzard might have done something about. Obviously, if you guys are saying it's been around for a while, then they're obviously not going to do anything about it. The real problem apparently is talking about tips when you advertise the group. That's what has been said to some people getting silence banned for about a week. Is it because they're in a looking for group channel though, and they're advertising about potentially making gold? Like, because you're only supposed to put gold making, like anything that's trade or gold making related, it's only really supposed to go in trade chat, isn't it? It's difficult, isn't it? Because would you put it in LF looking for group then, or would you put it in? Yeah, Yeah, people aren't. If people are getting silenced or anything like that, it's because of that more than anything else. Because they're just not putting things in what Blizzard considers an appropriate chat. The worst thing going on at the moment is when the raid leader leaves the raid just before a boss dies. He then gets all the loot. They do this on Queen since she has so much loot that is BIS. You are kidding. And that, like, how can Blizzard let that work? Does the Enchanter catch-up have any prerequisites? I did it on one of my alts and I don't get any Shimmering Dust, although there are like 50, 60 points I need to catch up. I do use Diamond. If you're not getting catch-up, it's because you've not done the stuff you need to do beforehand, which is you need to have collected the 2 weekly profession treasures and you need to have, just a minute, I can show you because this character's got enchanting. So you need, like, if you haven't got the weak aura, get the weak aura because it's gonna help a lot. It's linked in the gold making resources section on the Discord. So it's basically you need to do the weekly treasures, the 2 weekly treasures, and you need to have done the handing quest at the profession trainer. All of the stuff you did, yeah. That's fine then, you're good to go. Yeah, so basically when the Shimmering Dust is available, it will turn green instead of being red. But yeah, you need to get the 2 weekly treasure items first. Silences from the reports. Blizzard doesn't have to do anything. Happened to a mate of mine, he could not roll on anything even though he saw like 5 to 6 items dropped. Yeah, I mean, like you'd think that's something that Blizzard would do something about fairly quickly. Right, guys, it's 5 o'clock. I think we're going to call it there for today because I am absolutely ready for some food. So thank you all for coming. If you're not on the Discord already, the link's in the pinned comment on both Twitch and YouTube. So you can come to Discord there and sort of that's where we're having most of our gold making discussion on there outside of the streams. So yeah, thanks a lot, guys. And like I said, if you've not followed on Twitch, feel free to follow me on Twitch as well. It's on that one. For those of you that are on YouTube, for those of you on Twitch, I'm sure you can figure it out. And like I said, I shall see all you guys on the Discord, and thank you for coming again.